Hasten the Pledge of Allegiance. Please bow your head. Loving and gracious God, you're indeed the giver of all good gifts, and we thank you today for your blessings, and for a successful outcome of our school event, and for all our students, staff members, both the teaching and support members. We ask that you bless them abundantly, and we continue to seek your wisdom, guidance, courage, and strength. Be with us in our deliberations, and help us to be wise in the decisions we make for the good of all those who have placed their trust and confidence in us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Hello, everyone. How are y'all? Welcome, everyone. We're glad you're here. We have some greeters that are with us today, so if they would make their way in here so we could recognize them. So this is our Marine Corps Junior ROTC at Alvin High School. And we're going to talk about them in just a second, but they were recent Naval Honor School Achievement winners. So in this, and then there's the top 20% of units in each region participate in this. And so they came out as a Naval Honor School. So congratulations on that, and that's why we chose this. Thank you very much, and we will talk a little more about them in just a few minutes. Thank you. And board, we're going to start today with something that we got to participate with Channel 26, and that is they're making the Grade Award. So if our board people would like to come down, we have our first recipient is Jody at Gary. So will you come up? She was a student athlete that was awarded this award, making the grade. She's not only an outstanding softball player, but she also stands out in the classroom as well. So let me tell you a little bit about her. So she is, what she did was she's a district MVP for softball, making second team All-State, she went from doing that to being in the top 5 in the nation with 350 strikeouts. So that is her career so far. That's pretty amazing. But then in addition to that, in her senior class, she is ranked number 3. That is pretty amazing. So she was recruited by several D1 schools. She's committed to Brown University, where her goal is to become a defense lawyer. So awesome job. We are very excited that you represented us. Thank you. So parents, if you would like to get pictures, we welcome you to come up and take pictures of the students as they're getting their
or brother.
Or brother, yes.
Jody also serves on the superintendent student advisory, and she's a great voice for Alvin High School and the students there. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Shayla Kidd. Is Shayla Kidd here? There she is. Will you please come up? So Shayla Kidd is what we would call a hero, and let me tell you why. Shayla was involved in an accident of the daycare bus that flipped not too long ago, and she remained calm, and she helped get all the younger students out of that bus. So we are very proud of you. That takes a lot of courage and bravery. Good job. So we wanted to commend her for that. So we're so proud.
And she's a student at Mark Twain.
Mark Twain Elementary. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Okay, and the Marine Corps Junior ROTC at Alvin High School. Mayor Horn and the Alvin City Council recognized the Alvin High School MCJROTC for its recent Naval Honor School achievement. The top 20% of units in each region are designated as Naval Honor School units. Selections are made using a variety of criteria, which include the following: student activities, community service, public affairs, academic awards, scholarships and enlistments, competitions and special events programmed into instruction. Alvin's program competed with over 65 schools within its region to earn the Naval Honor School status. The cadets' greatest contribution in this effort was the community service hours they completed. Cadets volunteered over 4,674 hours in support of numerous activities during the last school year. So for that, we are very, very proud of them. 21 senior cadets earned scholarships through that. The cadets year accumulated with the female physical fitness team, earning national champions honor at the Youth Physical Fitness Evaluation at Fort Indian Town, Gap, Pennsylvania, while the male fitness team earned 4th place. So great job. Could we get Major Tim Flynn and Stephen Garcia to come up, please, to get pictures with them? Thank you. And I will tell you, board, we did receive a very kind email. Did you? I know.
Yes, we received an email from one of our veterans that attended a Veteran Day celebration at Alvin High School, and he was not from the Alvin area, but he was invited. And the email said that he said, "I had the pleasure of attending several Veteran Day celebrations since my discharge from the Air Force. I can truly say today's celebration has been the most enjoyable. The respect each veteran was shown today by your cadets was amazing. And then to see the students lining the halls, clapping and thanking us for our service was totally unexpected, but so welcomed." And he just went on about our cadets and what great service and respect and integrity they have. He said, "Your cadets met me and very few other met me in the parking lot and blocked traffic so we could safely cross the street, all while smiling, welcoming, and thanking us for our service. As we then entered the building by walking through your cadets, all smiling, thanking us, and shaking our hands, I felt a sense of respect and gratitude like I had never experienced before. It overwhelmed me." And I just thought that says a lot about our program, about our students, and about our cadets, and what it really meant to our veterans. So thank you so much for all that you do in the leadership as well. Thank you.
Next, we're moving on to our staff commendations. Gwen Bray. Board, let me tell you about Gwen Bray. She is a science teacher at Walt Disney Elementary, and she has been named a very prestigious Award winner recipient in its Excellence in STEM Education from the Civil Air Patrol. There's only 2 people nationwide that received this honor. That's a pretty big deal. The Civil Air Patrol is America's premier public service organization for carrying out emergency services and disaster relief missions nationwide. It's an auxiliary of the United States Air Force, and it has over 60,000 members that selflessly devote their time, energy, and expertise towards the well-being of their communities, while also promoting aviation and related fields through aerospace education. So thank you, Gwen Bray, for everything you do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Alvin ISD Federal and Special Programs also received an award. And I'm going to ask some of the schools that helped in this to come forward as well. We know there's, just so you see who they are. But the schools that were involved in this grant were Miss Tina McCorkle's school, Jeter, Tracy Olvera, so it was then Alvin Elementary, Beth Lawson, and Karen Taylor. So along with them was Sarah Chauvin, who helped write this grant. And the Center for School Behavior Health recognized Alvin ISD with a Silver Level Award. To achieve this designation, the district worked hard to exceed many standards, including having 70% of all staff trained regarding signs of mental health challenges and suicide prevention. So thank you for what you do on a campus level, and thank you to our federal and special programs as well for what they do to help our staff. So thank you very much. Great job. Okay, and next is our Future Administrators Academy, our 2019 participants. So the following staff members, they've either completed or are working on completing their principal certifications, and they went through an extensive year-long class that helped them prepare better to become a future administrator. Since we grow our own, this is very important to us. So they had to go through an application process, which also included a video, and you know how everybody loves those. So I do want to recognize our participants that are here. So it's Sherry Durst. If I call your name, come up, please. Sarah Bernschonen, Kirsten Hargrove, Angela Jackson, Tisha Lathan Brown, Victor Martinez, Jennifer McGraw, Kaleki Miram Ikwa, Jerry Nelson, Breland Oliver, Doris Perry, Jason Rios, Susan Ross, Monisha Rosby, Ann Tillman, Kenneth Turner, Angela Urea, Carnell White. So congratulations to all of you. We are very proud of you, and you could be looking at the next administrators or Alvin ISD. Congratulations to each one of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, board. We appreciate it.
Next, we'll have a presentation, and the first one will be our financial audit.
Hello, board. My name is Greg Peterson, and I'm an audit partner with Weaver. And today I'm going to present the results of the audit for the district for the year ended June 30, 2019. I believe all of y'all received 3 documents in your chair or at your desk. So we went over the financial statements, the audit. So you should have had the big CAFR, separate single audit report, and then the third document is just a printout of the presentation I'm going to go over today. I guess last week we met with the finance committee and went over the CAFR and the single audit report. So what I'm going to do today is go over an abridged version of this. We're just going to hit the high points and go over some of these results. So part of an audit is for the auditor to render an opinion on the financial statements. And what we have issued is a clean, unmodified opinion. So that's the highest level of assurance that you can receive in an audit. We had no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies. We conducted our audit in accordance with U.S. audit standards. We also conducted the audit in accordance with government auditing standards. So in addition to giving an opinion on the financial statements, which is the numbers side of it, we also issue an opinion on your major federal programs. So we look at your Title I, special revenue or special education type programs that are all funded from the government. So in this case, we also issued an unmodified or a clean opinion, which again is the highest level of assurance you can receive in a single audit. The program that we tested this year was the special education cluster. And again, we had no material weaknesses and no significant deficiencies on internal controls related to those major federal programs. What I'd like to do now is just go over some of the actual numbers. So what I've done is I've consolidated the information down into just a few slides. What we're looking at here is basically the income statement for your general fund. Now, your general fund is the primary operating fund of the district. And what I'd like to point out here is you had total revenues of $274.9 million, total expenditures of $262.7 million, resulting in an excess of revenue over expenditures of $12.2 million. We had a transfer out of $9.9 million from the general fund to the debt service fund to cover debt service payments. So you had a net change in fund balance, which was an increase of $2.3 million, resulting in an ending fund balance of $41.6 million. So just in summary here, we had an increase of $2.3 million in your fund balance, which equates to approximately 58 days of operating expense sitting in fund balance. Now, the district has a goal to maintain between 60 and 90 days, and you're at 58, so you're very close to achieving that goal. I also want to point out that you had an increase in revenues year over year of $25.2 million, and that increase was primarily due to state funding. So your state foundation increased over prior year. I also want to point out your general administrative expenses are 2.4% of your total expenditures, which is less than the state average of 3%. So running very efficiently. So next we'll look at your capital project fund. So your capital project funds, this is the fund where you issue debt or bonds to use that money to go build new schools, acquire equipment, buy new school buses. So what we're going to do here is we're looking at your revenues for your capital project fund was 2.4 million, and that is just earnings on cash that hasn't been spent yet to acquire those schools. You had expenditures of 81.6 million. Again, most of that you can see is capital outlay for facilities. You have other financing sources and uses of 167.7 million, and what that is that's the bonds that were issued during FY19. They come in as an other financing source. So your net change in fund balance is 88.4 million, resulting in an ending fund balance of 181.8 million. Next, we'll look at your debt service fund. And this fund does exactly what it sounds like. It's used to pay debt service for your bonded debt. You have revenues of 36.2 million, and this is primarily from property taxes, and you get a little state money that goes into your debt service fund. Your total expenditures of 46 million, that was to pay for principal and interest on your bonded debt. You have other financing sources and uses, and this was to pay down you refunded some bonds, so that's what this section is. So you had other financing sources of 11.2 million, a net change in fund balance of 1.3 to get to an ending fund balance of $18.4 million. What I've included here is your statement of activities. So what we were looking at prior was your fund level financial statements. So governmental accounting, we get to do everything twice. So we have your fund level statements, then we have your government-wide statements. So what this is full accrual financial statements. And what I wanted to point out here was that in the current year, you had a net position that was a deficit of $13.7 million, as opposed to prior year where you had a deficit of $738,000. The reason for this increase in the deficit position was due to the changes in your OPEB and your pension liability. Now, this is something that's out of the district's control. You can't control how the actuaries are going to change their assumptions year over year. And this is something that every district in the state is burdened with. Anyone who participates in TRS Care had the same situation happen to them. What the actuaries did is they changed the discount rate for the plans. So when they affect the discount rate, generally it increases your overall liability. So when the liability goes up, the other side's expense. So that's why there was a increase in your deficit position. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have over the financial statements.
Anybody have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing. Thank you to Daniel. We couldn't do it without him and his group. Cheryl, thank you very much. I see Adam and Robin back there too. They help us a lot. It takes a lot of work to get through these audits. You know, you look at that piece of paper or that book, and it's 150 pages, and they helped us with every one of them. So, a big shout out to their group.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to the next presentation, which is a presentation on CTE programs.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Humbert, trustees, Superintendent Nelson. I'm delighted to be with you guys this afternoon to present an update on career and technical education. So first, I'd like to start with the first slide, and really hard to read, but at the bottom, there's a non-discrimination statement. That non-discrimination statement is a statement that we are federally by law bound to post on our website or any information that we distribute for career and technical education. But what that statement does is give us the level of knowledge that we need to say that Alvin ISD, as well as all career and technical programs, do not discriminate against students on any of the basis of race, behavior, attendance, or any of those things. So just so we know that all of our programs are open for all students. And so we may not have every course at all of our campuses. However, we do have career and tech programs that students can take and courses in each of those programs that they can take at all campuses. So, all right, so what's new in CTE? So the state has just came out in September and said, we have these new programs of study that we would like for you all to go by. And so what these programs of study are basically is what we call our career pathways. So the state has come out with a sequence of courses that they would like students to take to prepare them with the knowledge and skills necessary for success in their chosen careers. Through a lot of work that the state has been part of, they've looked at statewide and local labor data and developed all of these programs of study. And so where we used to have gaps in or asked a lot of questions about where does our kids go after secondary education, the state has now developed that for us. And so you guys will see an example of it in just a few seconds. So starting with the 2020-2021 school year, we were supposed to implement this, but as I said, they gave it to us in September. Our course guide goes out in October. So what we have been doing is some work in the background with looking at our current career paths and seeing how they align with the state's POSs. And what we have found is that most of our career paths really do align with the state's POSs. We had to make a few tweaks and move some levels of courses to make sure that it worked, but for the most part, we feel like we're in good shape. So we didn't try to implement too many changes in this upcoming year's course guide with the new POS system. So here is an example of a POS. So we still have the terminology of a cluster. So this is a health science cluster. However, the state has now named the pathway within this cluster as healthcare therapeutics and given us all of these little sheets that we're able to edit and put all of our courses in there. So now we'll be able, in our course guide, each of our kids will be able to access a link that will link them to these programs of study. And what I like the most about them is that you can see at the bottom, it's kind of hard to see, but if you look at the bottom, it tells you what a kid should take a certification program in high school, all the way up to community college or technical school. Also, it gives students what they would have to take if they were needing a bachelor or master's degree. So it goes through as a map to their whole post-secondary experience. The other thing that TEA did for us was give us some information that students can use based on wages. So each of these positions have wages here. What's the average or median wage that a student can make in each of these career areas? So we're super excited about these because we're going to be able to post those to our course guide. Also, what we're going to do is print these and have them with all of our counselors so that when they sit down with our students, they're able to give them this information as well. With the new programs of study, the state their thinking behind this is that they wanted to create some continuity for students who transit from one district to the other. Typically what will happen is we were able to kind of pick our own pathways, but when a kid came in, we may not offer that pathway in Alvin ISD, or we didn't offer the same level of course sequences, so that kid sequence would then be off for their endorsement track. And so this was the state's way of coming in and creating a continuity around, among all of the career and tech programs in the state. The other big deal that they kind of wanted to emphasize when they put together these programs of study was the labor market data. So what they did is studied that labor market data and looked at what jobs were high skill and high growth jobs in the Texas area. But for us, what happened is cosmetology, barbering, and fashion design fell off the list. So the state did not approve any of those as a POS, however, gave districts the opportunity to write in a application to get an approval as for those programs to become what they call a regional program of study. And so we've put in the application and heard back from TEA that they would not accept fashion design because that particular program is in some of those courses students can take in some of our human services pathway already. They did go ahead and put through our barbering and cosmetology program to the next level. So we have been working with Region 4 to get data submitted for those particular programs of study. With all of the information that they have collected, though, we feel strongly that they will approve those as a program of study. Most districts in this area have invested heavily in cosmetology programs and barbering programs, and so we do feel like in a meeting that we had last week with TEA that they will approve those programs of study for barbering and cosmetology.
So Christina, do I understand then that cosmetology and barberology are not popular in other regions? Is that?
That's a wonderful question. So when they went to look at the labor market data, what happens with the cosmetology and barbering in that industry, those are self-reported wages. So when you go to a hairdresser and you turn over $100, because every time I go, I turn over $100+ bucks, and there's 12 people waiting in line. However, what's happening is it's up to that individual to turn in that information as how much wages they're making. So when the state looked at the data, they only looked at individuals who may have been working at a Supercuts or other places like that, where they weren't looking at the independent consultant component of the cosmetology and barbering path.
Is that fixable?
At first they took it off the table completely, and then we worked through several advocacy agents to go to Austin and advocate that it at least be put in as a regional program of study. And so we were able to at least get it to that level, but we're still working with some of our advocacy agents to get them to really relook at that.
Is that a year to year thing that we'll have to do every year?
Yes, I believe we'll have to do it every year, and I think it'll last, from my last interpretation of it, honestly, when they send all of this stuff, they are still like, every day we get a new piece of guidance, so I don't think that they have it all figured out, honestly. In fact, that their documents change almost daily at this point. And so from my last interpretation of it, it'll last us a 2-year period, and then we'll be able to go back and resubmit. I'm hoping, though, that they're going to make some changes to this in the meantime.
Right.
Is there something that we need to do as a board? Because I think most of us realize how important this program is to our kids.
At this point, I do not believe there's anything in particular, but once we start hearing more public comment periods, I'll definitely make sure you guys know that so that you can also enter public comments.
Thank you.
Okay, so what else came down is what's new is we always talked about these 16 career clusters that we have. In Alvin ISD, we've always had 15 career clusters. However, TA now has combined some of our clusters. So really our business, finance, and marketing cluster were all separate at one point. TA has combined those, and so now we only have 14 career clusters. And highlighted in yellow is a new career cluster. Those were innovative courses for oil and gas and process technology, and TEA felt strongly with the data that they collected from the labor market that they needed to add the oil and gas program into an energy cluster. And so that's a brand new cluster. We didn't want to rush and try to put anything together because we definitely wanted to look at our surrounding areas, get some feedback from our campuses and things like that. But this could be a possible program of study that we would put in the future. When looking at these career clusters as well, some of the things to keep in mind when we're talking about our career clusters, we've talked about how TEA has come up with their recommendations for career clusters, but I wanted to emphasize how we determine what courses or career clusters that we put in place for Alvin ISD. And so you can see in the middle here, these are the 4 key things that we take in consideration. We use campus input, so our assistant principals who supervise our career and technical programs will give us input on courses, as well as our teachers will give us input. We take that information and then we look at it to determine whether it fits TEA's recommendations, is the courses that they've recommended within our programs of study for TEA. And then we also look at the Gulf Coast labor market data that we get from Workforce Solutions to look at our area in particular to see, is this a high skill, high wage job for our students in our area? All of this information, we ensure that we take that information and give it over to our advisory committee. And so one of the things that we have worked hard for this year is to get our advisory committee for CTE back up and running. And so in October, we had our first advisory board meeting, and we had 51 participants from industries at that meeting. And so we were super excited because we gave them that data and an opportunity to talk with our teachers and tell us what are the trends in their industry, what are their needs, what jobs that we've never even heard of but they are planning for. So it was a very positive advisory board meeting. But whenever we look at each of those 4 indicators, we then take those 4 and we start a course proposal process. So you can see at the top there, we take those and we submit a form, and that goes into our academics department, and it tells what teachers would be needed, what are their certifications, what curriculum would be needed for a course. From that, it goes into a process in which we begin to conduct course guide meetings. In those meetings, we have our associate principals as well as our lead counselors from all of the comprehensive campuses, JBH, as well as administrative CTE team in those meetings. So we have conversations about how courses will affect their campuses. Once we decide what courses go into the course guide, they are then put into the students' pick sheets on their campuses, and then those students are allowed to select what career pathway or courses that they would prefer to begin. So once we have the student's interest collected in that data, then we begin having dialogue with HR about staffing needs. And so often these are, if it's just one course, we often have teachers who are already certified to teach those classes. But if it's a new program and we were talking energy and oil and gas, that would be something where we would possibly ask for a new hire position for that particular area. But while we're talking about hiring and training of our teachers, I'd like to touch bases on kind of what we do. We know that we have teachers that come out of the industry, and we know that that is now a need. So we've been able to locally certify those teachers under the District of Innovation that come out of industry. Or if we didn't locally certify them, we give them the option of doing an alternative certification, or some of our teachers just come from another district, and so they have the TEA certification. But our HR department really works hard that whether it's CTE or any other teaching area, we ensure that all of our teachers are certified to teach our courses. The other part is the training piece, because we know that we do have some teachers who are not straight out of industry, but currently sitting on our campuses. And so for that training piece, one of the things that we do is to make sure that every other year we send our teachers to a curriculum-specific professional development in the summertime. And so our teachers will go and learn industry standards from those particular professional developments. So this summer, in our rotation, every CTE teacher had to attend a professional development. So an example of one great professional development opportunity for our teachers would be our cosmetology teachers. They went to the TVEC conference. At that conference, TDLR is there to give them updates on rules and regulations. They're also learning new haircuts and new trendy ways to color hair. And so that's how they stay up on their particular industry. And that happens in construction, HVAC, welding, and many of our other programs as well. One of the other programs, medical, all of our medical certified individuals have to keep some type of certificate or licensure. And so they are able to get their training by going to their continuing ed and getting those continuing ed hours to maintain their dental hygienist or their laboratory research certificates that they currently hold. So we really try to allow our teachers the space and opportunity to stay as current as possible in their industries. All right, so now that we talked about processes of how we get our courses, I'd like to take a minute to just quickly touch on the student enrollment process. So we began talking to kids in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And how now one of the things that we put in place is a career interest inventory that all of our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are currently taking, and they are supposed to be finishing those interest inventories by next semester. So going into January, which is our heavy CTE recruitment season, all of the students in junior high should have taken this career interest inventory. So counselors in their comprehensive guidance plan have made sure that they have implemented the interest survey, as well as talking to kids in 6th and 7th and 8th grade about what their career interests are. In 8th grade, we begin to create 4-year high school plans with our students. And so that's typically our students sit down with their parents and begin to map out what 4 courses they're going to take or more courses they can take within their high school and in a program of study. We also offer elective fairs for our incoming freshmen. All of our high school campuses have a 8th grade night where they ask all of the 8th graders and their parents to come, and they're able to talk about career and technical education programs there. We also, in January, J.B. Hensler will be giving 8th grade tours, so they bring over all 8th graders from every campus, and they tour J.B. Hensler's building so that if they have some interest in courses there, they have an opportunity to see them. We always have our K through 12 career extravaganza. That'll be January 11th. As I said, January is recruitment month this year. We also have our campus career days. So, and this is really mostly on our junior high campuses. They bring in career speakers to talk to our kids. This also happens on our elementary campuses as well. So that's another opportunity for our kids to explore. Last year, Manville High School put together what they called the Kate Olympics and invited 40 to 50 kids from all junior highs to come over and do a competition in each of their career and technical education classes. So STEM students were able to code a rover, and then they were able to race each other through. And at the end, there was a big award ceremony, and they were given medals. And so that, again, is another opportunity for our 8th graders to explore different career interests as well. All right, so now that we've talked about our processes, let's talk about some data. So starting with the 3-year data, we have the 2017-2018 data here. We had 9th through 12th grade students, 5,029 students, and now we have, sorry, that cut off a little bit, but 5,579 students. For our certificates taken, as you can see in 2017, there was not a lot of emphasis on certifications. So we had 493 certifications taken and then 361 earned. We do not have the data for 2019 because those kids are currently getting prepared, so we don't have that data to present until after the spring of this year. But as you can see, it's a major jump in 2018-2019. We had 1,347 students take certification exams and 1,145 actually earn those exams. In talking about certifications, all of our certifications we pay for students to take through our CTE budget. And so for the first time taken, we pay for it. If a student fails the exam, then they then they have to pay on their own for retaking the exam. But we give them all the opportunity to take it the first time.
Can I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
So I appreciate the jump in the certifications taken. I'm curious, how did you guys raise that number, and what are your goals for this year in terms of how many students should attempt to get the certification?
So our goal we set was that we would have a 3% increase in certifications. We think that we're going to far exceed that goal. But one of the reasons, if you remember, 2017-2018 was the first year for JBH to be open. So a lot of that, the advanced courses where kids would get their industry-based certifications, we were not currently facilitating. When we were over in the annex, we had 6 programs, but when we moved to JBH, that turned to 36 programs. So that's why that was the first year that JBH opened. So that's why you see the numbers kind of lower and not as much emphasis. And to be honest, the state didn't put a lot of emphasis. We reported certifications under our federal Perkins grant. However, the state didn't really put a lot of emphasis on certifications. And we are very cautious about when we talk about certifications because one of the things that in our Gulf Coast area CTE directors that we talk about a lot is that there's been a very big push on industry-based certifications. However, that should not be the end-all be-all. We really want to make sure we continue to focus on our students' academic experience in the classroom, that they're still getting their knowledge and they're getting the skill attainment and not passing the test. Because some of these tests are truly industry level tests, and they're hard. They're not easy tests for all of our kids to pass, and so that's important. We also know that the way that the state develops the list of what they decide is kind of a hidden matrix. None of us can figure out how they decide what certifications get on the magic list, and so again, we kind of treat it with a grain of salt only because it does not show the measure of what the kid is truly learning by taking that certification exam. We have to align the TEKS, but sometimes they don't even match the TEKS.
Christina, what is the first time exam taking pass rate?
The first time taking exam pass rate, I currently do not have that rate. I can get that for you.
Just curious. If most students pass the first time or a majority need to take a second time. Does that make sense?
It just depends on the programs. Okay. So when we talk about our kids who take OSHA, if they're taking our basic level OSHA 10 certification, most of our kids pass. We technically have around an 80% passing rate on that exam. Though 20% are just kids who haven't completed or didn't follow through with what they needed to do. But for the most part, I think Alvin High School in particular, their campus currently is sitting at 100% pass rate on their OSHA right now. Okay. So it's really just about the test. Now, when we start talking about our A+ test for computer maintenance, that pass rate is a lot different, but it's a very, very difficult exam. It is truly an industry level test. So It just depends on the program. Okay. One of the other programs that we have seen the numbers increase with is our CNA program, and we typically have over a 90% pass rate on our CNA for first time taken. So,
okay, thank you. Very good.
Christina, I know that like last year, the 5110, I know all those students were not eligible to take certifications, right?
We're not eligible to take certifications?
Right.
No, we don't give...
Those include freshmen and
Yes, sir.
sophomores.
So we don't give certifications in every CTE course. This number encompasses all CTE courses, but there's not a certificate. So in our secondary education or our Ready, Set, Teach program, there is no certification that we can administer. So those Ready, Set, Teach kids can't sit for any type of exam that would prepare them for post-secondary. So some of our areas, there is no exams.
So are these certifications job-ready certifications? Like I can go out and get a job with these certifications?
So in our advanced level courses, those are job-ready certifications. So some of the things that you see like CNA, CMA, our Farm Tech, EMT, those are all considered job-ready certifications. Our NCCR core can get our students in the door and has, as well as our welding AWS certifications. So those type of certifications, yes. Now, our kids take some certifications that I wouldn't say are considered the industry standard. However, it's an expectation that kids have, workers have OSHA 10 in a lot of our industries, or our Serve-Safe food handlers license is just an expectation of the job that they have it. So a lot of employers, if you don't come with to a restaurant with your food handlers, they make you go and get it. So a lot of those basic level, I wouldn't say technically are career ready, but you have to have them to get in the door. And some of our students have gotten hired by just having the OSHA 10. So.
You mentioned that a lot of the certifications are reflective of being job ready. Are we tracking our students, and let's say they earned a certification in a specific area, And do you track that they actually got a job in that industry? And does TEA require you to report that data to them?
No, TEA does not, because there's not a way really to record it. TEA doesn't require it because they would have to probably develop a system to do that. And the reason why is because we can get our senior surveys and ask our 12th graders, hey, where are you guys going? But the only way we could start tracking the data to where they actually land is if they self-report back. Well, we all know millennials are job changers. So just because they said that, they're going to work in one place doesn't mean 3 months later they've switched and now are working at a whole nother industry. So we haven't currently been able to track that. And honestly, when I've talked to other people in the CTE world, we all are having the same conversations. How do we bring back this data? How do we track it? But ultimately, it's going to be self-reporting. Students having to come back to the district and self-report where they landed.
It's on Instagram.
So in these numbers, because JBH is a program school, it is not its own campus. So one of the things that I wanted to point out, in those, when you see these numbers, they include JBH students, but I did want you guys to kind of have an idea of how many students attended. So I broke those out at the bottom. And so you can see in 2017, when JBH opened, we had 642 students, and now we have 835 students at JB Hensler. So. All right, the next slide I won't spend too much time on, but I thought it was an interesting slide because it shows where our 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders are. And so this is just broken up by each of our campuses and how many students in our current year are sitting as 9th graders, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders in CTE courses. This is important because as CTE, we do receive weighted funding. And so for every student that is sitting in our seats, we're able to collect funding on that. We do not look at data to decide or to determine if that student is sitting in that seat, is the program cost effective? And the reason why we don't do that is simply because we know that a student's return on investment is that student's success, not how much money that we put into that program. So when we look at a program such as welding, we all know that's a very expensive program. When we look at costs, we know we have a teacher cost, we know we have equipment costs, we know that we also have high consumable costs for those students. But when we look at where our welding students land, many of our students end up in our local industry and our chemical plants. And so I have students who have now are sitting at INEOS making anywhere from $50,000 to $70,000 depending on their hours. And then they're able to come back, live in our community, be wage earners, be better prepared financially for their families. And there is just not a value that we can place on that experience for our students. The next slide is a slide that shows all of our programs. So you can see that in the blue bar is our 2017-2018 data, and then the 2018-19 data is that orange bar, and then the gray bar is our 2019-2020 data. And so this is by career cluster. And so what I'd like to point out is you can see that we have about 100+ continual growth in our agriculture, food, and natural resources program of studies. And then you can also see health science by far. We have over 1,400 students in our health science program, so it has been a program that continually grows. The other thing I'd like to point out is you can kind of see right there in our Arts AV Technology and Communication, we took a little dip. However, for our Arts AV Information Technology and our STEM clusters, we're excited because one of the changes that the state's made, they have now added tech apps courses into CTE, and they'll be funding them at the same CTE weight. So in the next year, we should see significant gains in those three clusters because of the tech apps courses that are now coming over to CTE.
Quick question, the tech apps, is that coding? What is
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so this is our district CTE program data for this year. And when looking at this, we have 1,497 students in health science across our district. The second largest career cluster we have is STEM with 725 students. And then the third largest career cluster is agriculture, food, and natural resources. So I just wanted you guys to be able to look at that and see where our students are in each of the clusters across the district. These particular slides breaks down each of the campuses. And so I think it's pretty interesting when we're looking at this data, because you can see at Alvin High School, at Alvin High School, you can see that health science, like as in the district data, is the largest group, but you have agriculture science, who comes in as the second largest group. And then you have law and public safety, which 2 to 3 years ago, we were struggling with this program. We couldn't keep full teachers at each of our campuses, but it has truly emerged as a program of study that a lot of our kids are interested in. So that's been amazing to see it grow. And then, of course, our science, technology, and engineering math. At Manville High School, again, medical science by far as the highest, and then you have STEM education as the second highest career cluster, and then you have your agriculture science, and then your law and public safety as well. At Shadow Creek High School, astronomical numbers in medical science, as we would predict, being that they're in that medical area. Then we have STEM education as the second cluster, and then they actually have law and public safety, as well as business management and administration. And our business program is another career cluster that we really struggle with, but you can see that at Shadow Creek High School, there's a demand for business management and administration. So whenever we are able to look at these type of data pieces, that's how we're able to know what clusters and courses really are needed in which campuses. Assets Academy, a lot of these students attend either courses at Alvin High School or J.B. Hensler, and you can see our welding students sit here in that manufacturing group. And then we see our health science students. So we have a lot of our students from Assets that are enrolled in our Certified Nurses Assistant program, as well as our CMA program. So that's our Assets kiddos. And now I would like to show you guys a video that is a video update for J.B. Hensler. And so I think it's important to know that while J.B. Hensler is a big part of what we do in CTE, we service over 5,500 students in CTE, and only 835 of those students actually sit on JBH's campus. And so, but I would be remiss not to show you guys this update, because this campus have provided us some opportunities to get kids into some of our advanced coursework. Do keep in mind that not all CTE advanced coursework culminate at J.B. Hensler. So programs like STEM education, students take those programs on the campus from basic level up to advanced. Arts and AV is another cluster that is taken on the campus. Business administration is taken on the campus. So while JBH houses a lot of our heavy industry and equipment advanced coursework, they don't house all advanced courses for CTE. All right.
You have hands-on. We're opening our bistro for actual people to come so we can be servers and everything here as well. That it actually gives you even more hands-on experience, because if you don't like the class, then you know that you don't have to waste the money at college taking the class to find out you don't like it, because instead you can take it in high school and see if you actually like it or not.
trainer set up. We have a whole package unit and a furnace that we have set up and running, learning how to solder, braze and stuff like that, knowing how to find leaks, run wire, run new copper, just everything that you would need to know if you're ever out on the field.
Last year we built a tiny home, and this year we're building like miniature homes. It's a little bit smaller. It feels good because you can see like where everybody came together and what your skill kit and knowledge could do.
Salon that we have there is everything that you could, imagine for the real world. And I think that it's really good practice so that we can practice like in the salon so that when we graduate with our cosmetology license, we already have a feel for how it actually feels in the salon setting. We do a lot of outside things. I know we have 3 days of clinics, and so we get to see a lot of patients. Pretty much all we do in there is we learn the basics, how to change your oil, tires, tire rotations, brakes. You get to learn kind of a little bit about transmissions and engines and how the electronics work together in that. And for me, if you go into the shop and you're just working on the cars, it's a stress reliever.
Tools on these benches that got to be put away.
You guys get to learn new things. You can meet new people. You guys teach each other what you know, and the teacher will just break it down even if you don't understand it. He'll keep breaking it down and going over it until you know what to do.
Yeah, we have a state-of-the-art facility here. We have a very good program. We have all the supply that we need. We learn, we get certified. We're ready to go into the work world.
I have put this program on every single application, every single scholarship, and I know it looks super, super good because not everyone gets to take these classes and not everyone excels in them.
Hopefully we'll become a computer hardware engineer, designing computer parts, specifically graphics cards. I know I'm not going to get that position as soon as I start in the job field, so having this will put me somewhere lower, but they will know that I know what I'm doing with my certifications.
It's really nice because in our class we actually do get a lot of hands-on, and our teacher does really help us out a lot and teaches us how to do it right, proper techniques and everything.
It's incredibly impressive because having that t-shirt printer, engraver, vinyl cutter, everything really just adds a new dimension to the graphic design because we can actually see our designs in physical form.
Okay, so the question that was asked earlier, where are they now? And so, as I said before, many of our kids we're unable to track where they are. But what we were really thinking about doing and coming back to you guys in February with is highlighting some where are they now. So we'll bring that back in February to you guys during CTE month so that you could see some of our students and where they are currently sitting in their job or in their career. But I would like to end with one testimony from a graduate of Alvin High School. This particular student, young lady, graduated from Alvin High School, however, came up in a household in which there was not a lot of academic language, not a lot of academic foundation. Her mother attended schools in HISD and then in junior high moved over to Alvin ISD schools. Her father attended a segregated school until he was in the 5th grade, and so they desegregated this area, and that particular student's father then went over to Manville Junior High. But most of her mother and her father's foundation was really not as academically inclined as we would want it to be. And so while they continued on throughout junior high and high school, both of those individuals struggled a lot with the concept of education. And so that student's father at the age of 18 dropped out as a senior at Alvin High School. He then had a wife who was pregnant, and you weren't allowed at that time to, be pregnant and be in school. So that student came from a household where both her father and her mother were high school dropouts. So that student began her journey in life, and about at the age of 4, their family had a tragic accident, and their home burned down. And in that accident, that student's father and that student's brother passed away. And so now we have a student who comes from an environment that is not really academically rich, and then that student is undergoing trauma. And now that student's mother becomes the wage earner, has to go back and get their GED in order to even provide, because now they're the sole provider in the household. That student, because they have a low socioeconomic status, is unable to get treated from that trauma. There is no money there to get any type of mental illness or mental treatment from clinicians. So that student is dealing with a lot of background at home. That kid now meets all of our at-risk indicators, and so that kid has a low socioeconomic status, comes from a single home, doesn't have a whole lot of academic language spoken within the household, and so statistically that kid is not supposed to succeed. However, in that child's 9th grade year, they attended Alvin High School and was able to enroll in career and technical education courses. And through the work of the wonderful, amazing teachers that student had in CTE, they were able to build capacity in that young lady so that she would know that there is truly a career path for her. The word college was spoken in the household, but usually synonymous with there's really not enough money. You need to go, however, there's not a lot of money for you to go. And so through the student organizations and career and technical student organizations, the student was able to gain valuable leadership skills, travel to different places that they've never been exposed to, and receive in the end a 4-year scholarship from the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo to attend Sam Houston State University. That student decided to major in family consumer sciences and decided at that point that she would be a first-generation college student. And that student now stands in front of you today and present on career and technical education. So I say to you, board, tonight, CTE works for our students. And thank you for always being an advocate for our career and technical education programs.
Thank you, Christina.
Christina, I'm sorry, I did have one more question because I didn't want to interrupt you. You're doing such a fabulous presentation. You said that the professional development in the career areas is biannual, correct?
Yes.
Okay, since we're going to be folding in the tech side into CTE and that technology moves a lot quicker, is there any preparations in place to do annual training for professional development?
So we do an in-house professional development. So in the years that we do not send them out, we actually do a 3-day professional development that we give them, and we bring individuals in-house. So we just started this not last year, but the year before, and what we did was able to bring out all of their some of their curriculum for textbooks and stuff like that, and then they're able to come in-house and train on curriculum and supplemental resources. So we will be looking at that for this upcoming year of making sure, and especially with the move over for tech apps. So now all of your computer science classes, as well as a new cybersecurity pathway we're putting together, will be falling under CTE.
2 years is a long time in that world.
Yes. So yes, we'll make sure those individuals will get trained. And one of the things that we've been talking a lot, Jennifer and Lisa and I have been talking about a lot, is that we know that it is hard. Those are hard to fill positions to find someone for computer science and cybersecurity. However, the state in our industry recognizes that. So that the way we administer those courses, we may have the teacher as the facilitator and looking to bring in some online resources where we could Skype and have the real individuals in the classroom. So we're really looking at how we can deliver curriculum for those areas that we know is really hard for our current teachers.
Thank you.
So
Excellent.
you said we're going to add some more programs next year. How many did you say we were going to add?
So next year we are proposing, and it's went through and in the course guide, a new cybersecurity pathway. It's a pathway that we did not currently have, and so we definitely wanted to put it in place. It merges some of the classes we already have. So the pathway, we already have some computer science AP courses that's in there. We're just going to put the foundations of cybersecurity as a level 1 entry, and then once those kids begin to start on that pathway, they'll end with a cybersecurity capstone.
And that is a great pathway, cybersecurity. They are hurting in that business for people to do it. And they said right now they really want females into that industry. So.
Sorry, is there any other questions? I do know that you guys sent several questions, and so we didn't have them all in the presentation. However, you should have a handout with some additional pieces of data, and do not hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
All right, next we have open forum, and there is none. So we will go to the consent agenda items, A through G. Does anybody want to pull any of those, or any thoughts or discussions on those? All right, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Trustee Harris, a second.
Second.
Trustee Winterstrom, second. Any questions, comments? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we will go to request to consider approval of financial audit.
So, Board, the presentation this evening by Mr. Peterson with Weaver for the 2018-2019 financial audit was presented. An additional regulation for Alvin ISD is to annually submit the results of the audit to the TEA following the official vote by the board.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve the 2018-2019 financial audit as presented?
I'll make a motion.
By Trustee Tonini.
Second.
Second by Trustee Pickering. Any questions, comment? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have,
It's further down. It's underneath that. Keep going. For some reason, that's
sorry. Next, we have a request to consider approval of votes for Brazoria County Appraisal District Board of Directors election.
So, trustees, at our October meeting, you approved the adoption of a resolution nominating Mr. Tommy King for a position on the ballot of the Board of Directors for the Brazoria County Appraisal District. Once that resolution passed, now you must cast your votes for the person nominated on the ballot, and Alvin ISD is entitled to 791 votes.
We have a motion to approve Tommy King with 791 votes.
So moved.
So moved by Trustee Scheibel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Winterstrom. Any questions or comment? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have request to consider approval of cooperative purchase.
So, Board, this is a request to approve an expenditure for $99,079 for the purchase of a box truck pursuant of our legal policy CH, whereby we can purchase from a state of Texas a cooperative approved vendor and CH local, whereby we must advise you, the board, of any expenditures exceeding $75,000 per line item purchase. We anticipate the purchase through a budget amendment for the box truck from Kairos Truck Centers, who's an approved vendor under HGAC Cooperative for international trucks and buses.
We have a motion to approve the purchase of a box truck from Kairos Truck Centers using HGAC cooperative pricing as presented with funding through a budget amendment.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Harris.
Second.
Second by Trustee Peterson. Any questions or comment?
Pat, I know we discussed this in the workshop, but I just want to bring it up again, is how many miles we put on one of our trucks, because you said we have 3 currently, one that is not really serviceable or fixable, one that is somewhat serviceable and somewhat fixable. Can you tell us again, what is the lifespan of one of these trucks? I mean, this is quite a bit of money, so what are we looking at?
We're operating on 1.5, and that's with the growth
Any other questions or comments? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have request to consider approval of campus performance objectives.
So Board, the Texas Education Code requires that each district and campus create an improvement plan, set performance objectives based on data from the Texas Academic Performance Report or the TAPER report, and periodically measure progress toward these performance objectives. The performance objectives that are created by each campus must be approved by you, the Board of Trustees, and must be included in our published annual report.
Do we have a motion to approve the campus performance objectives as presented?
So moved.
Trustee Pickering, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Scheibel. Any questions or comments?
I was just going to say, I always appreciate seeing the specific objectives, and when you say 3% improvement or whatnot, saw a lot of good things, and I appreciate the work that went into it.
Any other ones? Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have request to consider approval of targeted improvement and campus improvement plans for Harvey Junior High, Alvin Junior High, Assets Learning Academy, Fairview Junior High, Manville Junior High, Alvin Elementary, Bill Hassey Elementary, and E.C. Mason Elementary.
So Board, these are targeted improvement plans. All of Alvin ISD campuses this year were rated with the letter grades for the first time in the 2019 accountability system. If you recall, the previous year, due to Harvey, we didn't officially receive the letter grades. Domain 3 of this accountability system incorporates federal standards required by ESSA. One campus, Harvey Junior High, was newly identified as comprehensive identified due to low comparative performance on the federal standards. Alvin Junior High and Assets were identified as comprehensive success schools because both of these campuses greatly improved in student achievement scores that were used for Domain 3. All three campuses must create a targeted improvement plan that's required to be board approved. In the creation of these plans, Harvey Junior High, Alvin Junior High, and Assets reviewed student performance from the previous year and identified root causes for the low performance. They identified goals for this year and the strategies needed to meet these goals. The other schools, Fairview, Manville, Alvin Elementary, Bill Hassey Elementary, and E.C. Mason, were identified as targeted support campuses, and because they received a D in a domain or an overall D rating, they must also submit targeted improvement plans for board approval. In the creation of these plans, each campus reviewed, again, student performance and identified root causes. And these are the targeted plans that they're submitting for your approval or consideration of approval.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the targeted improvement and campus improvement plans as submitted?
So moved.
Trustee Danini, do we have a second? Second by Trustee Winterstrom. Any questions or comments? None. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have request to consider personnel.
Board, these are either openings for growth or due to resignations, recent resignations to fill positions. So we have 4 recommended this evening and then 2 recommended from a change from a teacher contract to a teacher coach contract.
Okay, do we have a motion to be approval to be granted for requested personnel items as presented?
So moved.
Trustee Peterson, the motion.
Second.
Second by Trustee Scheibel. Any questions or comments? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we will have the superintendent's report.
So an update on the volleyball playoffs this evening. We both had Shadow Creek and Manville High School. Shadow Creek sadly lost 3 games to 1, but Manville played Santa Fe and they did win their match. So that's kind of an update on playoffs. We had our Nelson Elementary dedication back in October, and we had many community members, staff, and students gather at the campus to dedicate our one of our newest schools, and Miss Alvera and her staff did a wonderful job hosting that, so thank you. She's here tonight. And it's just a beautiful school, just like Sanchez, and we're so blessed to have both of those new facilities for our students. Alvin High School had celebrated their 125th year on October 25th, and they hosted an alumni meet and greet in the old gym, or Gym 3, I believe, or auxiliary gym. Tell me, Cheryl, what is it? Gym 3. Cheryl's an alumni. And we had several people turn out, as you can see there. Mr. McCauley helped with a lot of the a lot of the displays he brought that he personally had from when he taught there. It was a reception before the football game that night, and guests were able to browse through old memorabilia, albums, signature boards, tour the campus, and they had snacks, and then were being honored during halftime. The Yet Mentor Program annual kickoff. Anna and Melissa hosted this again on November the 1st out at Heritage Center. The mentors met with their mentees, and they kicked off another great year. They're very grateful for all of our parents, staff, and individuals from the community, businesses, and local organizations who are investing times in our students to empower them to pursue their life goals and also in school. And you can see some of our staff there. They had games and different activities for them that day. The Alvin Education Foundation had their fall winner's wagon, and this is always a fun event to surprise our staff members and campuses. We visited several campuses and surprised them with innovative teaching grants. These grants, again, were funded by generous donations at the annual Foundation Fall Gala through Adopt a Grant. Gala attendees were able to donate through the silent and live auctions for these 7 grants that were funded. Our food drive and toy drive is coming up, Shelley Garza Memorial Food Drive, and we partner with Alvin Community College, and we also have a site at Manville High School where we host on it's December the, 7th, that we'll be having breakfast with Santa, the Toys for Tots, and food drive there. The drop-off is October 28th through November 22nd. I'm sorry, my glasses aren't. Thanksgiving break is coming up, and several of our staff members will be serving Thanksgiving lunch. They volunteer each year to help, so that will be occurring next week. Staff members will be on campuses helping our cafeteria or child nutrition workers serve our students and families Thanksgiving on campuses, and then our break is November the 25th through the 29th, so the district is closed that week. That's it.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any future agenda items they want to put on? All right, in that case, the board will now go adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. 551071, 551072, and 551076.
76 is on the back, but we need 74 also said.
session, and I make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Mr. Peterson. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. We're adjourned.
Good night.